And Lair off. Angelic Vision on the far outside broke sharply today. Riley B takes the second position early. ASAP Restoration. And Lair off. Angelic Vision on the far outside broke sharply today. Riley B takes the second position early. ASAP Restoration alongside. Ring Good in the fourth position, getting outside, approaching the first turn run. Octulieber down on the fence in the meantime is third last. Anything Passable is second to last early. And Buck Wild is at the back of the pack, 7 lengths behind. Around the clubhouse turn they go. And Angelic Vision sets a moderate clip. Angelic Mission, the leader here, by a touch more than a length. Riley B right behind on a hold second. ASAP Restoration third. Ring Good in the three-path, 3 deep. Gap of 2 to Anything Passable. Octulieber drops back to the second last position, and Buck Wild can still see them all. 7 behind Angelic Mission, the gray, who continues to pave the way in the opener. A half length in front. Riley B on the outside, getting closer, applying the heat. Doesn't want to give Angelic Mission too easy of a time of it here. ASAP Restoration niggled along a little bit from the third position. Ring Good parked outside of him, 4 wide going into the turn. Gap of 2 to Anything Passable. He's sent along. Buck Wild gaining position now from the back of the field, and Octulieber has dropped out of it as they round the far turn. Angelic Mission opens up 2.5 lengths now. Buck Wild on the inside continues to make up ground all the way a joint second with Ring Good coming to the top of the lane. Anything Passable caught wide, turning for home in fourth. They're off the turn in the opener. Angelic Mission 2 lengths ahead. Buck Wild under the left-handed encouragement second. Ring Good third, tries to reel in the front runner, and Anything Passable is gathering momentum on the far outside. Here comes Anything Passable swooping to the front, and Anything Passable draws clear late to score by a length and 3/4. Angelic Mission was second, Buck Wild third. This race is now official. The second race is coming up next, a maiden special late for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward, sprinting 5. We're ready to go. And Lair off. Spirit Wiling off slowly from post position number 3 and is sluggish after that, well behind. Cruising to Win has the most early lick with She's Wicked, a half length back in the second position. Gap of 2 to PA Advantage, Out of the Cloud alongside. Playing with Dolls in the fifth position. Dharma takes the second last position, 7 off the lead. Gap of 5 to Spirit Wiling. The slow starter is last. First, the long shot. Cruising to Win, who hits the far turn comfortably clear. Length and a half's the margin. PA Advantage sent along from the second position. Out of the Cloud still alongside. She's Wicked has dropped back a couple spots. Fourth on the fence. 2.5 lengths behind with Playing Dolls. Dharma pushed along, needs to pick it up. And Spirit Wiling tries to get into it from the back. Is making up a little ground, but still has a lot of work to do at the top of the stretch. Out of the Cloud on the outside, corrals the early leader, Cruising to Win, and it's now Out of the Cloud in front. Outside, Playing with Dolls is coming with a rally. Out of the Clouds needs to finish. Playing with Dolls on the outside, surging late. Out of the Cloud close home, got it. Out of the Cloud to score. Playing with Dolls was second. Dharma. Out of the Cloud is the official winner of race number 2. This race is now official. 4-year-old Bayf. We're ready to go. And Lair off. Jacoba gets the first call, is out alertly with Central Love. These two share the front-running spot, and Central Love has the lead from Jacoba. Oliver with a twist on a hold, easing off the top pair is third, not far off though, charging into the turn. Masetta down on the inside, 2 behind on a hold as well. The gray OK Game On is next, and Kodiak Brown is at the back of affairs now. 5 off the pace as a compact group approaches the backstretch run. Central Love neck in front. Oliver with a twist there on the outside. He wanted to go early, and his rider comes up to challenge that front runner, lets him stride out to the front as well. These two pretty much together with 5 furlongs to go, a length and a half to a trio. Masetta's down on the inside. Jacoba now between horses. OK Game On is 3 deep, 2.5 more to Kodiak Brown at the tail, racing alone. Halfway home in the first leg of the pick 6. Central Love carving out the fractions, now about 3/4 of a length ahead. In second, Oliver with a twist on the outside, losing position a little bit, losing contact with Central Love, who opens up the lead to 2 with 3 furlongs to go. There's a wall of challengers 2 lengths off the leader here. here. The gray OK Game On is making up some ground at a big price. Clearly into second. Jacoba alongside at the top of the lane. And these two are after Central Love, who has a quarter mile more to get. Central Love, top of the stretch, length in front. Jacoba between horses. OK Game On the outside at 25 to 1. Attempts to reel in the front runner. Central Love has something for the final furlong. Central Love still clear. 2 lengths now as he opens up. Jacoba's second. OK Game On cannot keep up. 16th to go. Central Love needs the line. He's getting a little bit leg weary, but he's holding on to the lead. Central Love gets there. Central Love a half length. Jacoba's second. The race is now official. Central Love pays $3.80 for the win. Up next is race number 4. In the 4th race on our program today, scratch numbers 6 and 7 are going 5 and... We're ready to go. And we're off. Uneventful start. Don Antonio won the break, but 5 Aces is quicker. McDonough on the outside of him, a neck off. BC Glory Days in the 3rd position. Don Antonio sent along while losing the 4th spot to go get the bag. Game Misconduct now 5 off the pace, and With No Name is the trailer with a half mile to go. 5 Aces on the lead. Just a neck, though. McDonough is hounding him from the outside. 2 back to BC Glory Days. Stays on the fence on a hold. Going into the turn. Go get the bag alongside. Game Misconduct is 3 deep. Don Antonio losing the most ground 4 wide, and 3 back to With No Name, who's still the trailer as they round the far turn. Here comes McDonough to come up and challenge 5 Aces. McDonough sticks the white blinkers in front. 5 Aces on the inside. Sent along, needs to re-rally. BC Glory Days cuts the corner in 3rd. Go get the bag. Outside, putting in a charge. 2.5 behind. Furlong to go. The match race continues. 5 Aces on the lead. McDonough's there. 5 Aces not going away. McDonough has asked for his best. McDonough with a nose in front. 5 Aces still right there. Head and head. McDonough with the upper hand. McDonough got it. McDonough pays $8 to whip. Pick 4. Early pick 4 pays $98.37. Final time for 5.5 furlongs. 1 minute 6.517. We're ready to go. And we're off. Sluggish break from Venge. No problems from In a Minute, who strides in front. Haneni takes the 2nd spot. Connect the Brox alongside. Ranger Blue inside of that pair. King Kali and the White Jacket 5th as they hit the clubhouse turn. They're pretty strung out. Venge has made up some ground after the slow getaway to run in the 3rd last position. Socks for Daughters is 2nd to last. And Ollie Can Dance can see them all well behind In a Minute, who takes a hold of the bit and sprints to a 4-length lead approaching the backstretch. His rider trying to ration his speed, but In a Minute wants none of that. His very quick strides out, still 4 ahead. King Kali picks up the running in the 2nd spot. Connect the Brox a half length off of him. Gap of 2 to Ranger Blue. Haneni, both runners are together. And then comes Venge, getting closer. Off a fast pace here, Venge, so he's gotten a good setup as the favorite. And he's kept out of harm's way. Passing rivals claims 4th. Now the way all joint 2nd is Venge on the move. Approaching the far turn. Big gap back to the 2 trailers. Ollie Can Dance is out of last. Socks for Daughters is plummeted back. Around the far turn, In a Minute with 3 furlongs to go. The lead is decreasing. It's a length and a half. Now only a length. Make it a half length. Make it a neck. Here's Venge alongside, easily breezing to the front. And Venge is the one to beat with a quarter mile more to get. In a Minute struggling. His job as the pace setter has been completed. King Kali takes the 2nd position. Ollie Can Dance attempts to make a sustained run from last, but it's all Venge. His race to lose with a furlong to go. Venge is a 5-length cushion. King Kali 2nd. Ollie Can Dance attempts to get up into that position, but it's all Venge coming to the finish. Venge and Emmanuel de Diego coming home strong. Much the best. Venge scores by 3. Ollie Can Dance 2nd home. King Kali was 3rd. Socks for Daughters 4th. Venge pays $5.50 to win. Final time 1 minute 45.18 seconds for the mile and 70 yards. The 6th race, we're ready to go. And we're off. Uneventful beginning. Ruler of the Night gets the first call of the race, is up on the pace with Necessary and Proper. She loves to move, easing off in a good stalking position, running in 3rd. Subtle Giant to the outside, and Tumbles is down inside of that pair, about 3 lengths off the pace. Another 2 lengths to Sweet Tooth Sue. Luna Loca back towards the 3rd last position alongside of Raw Power, and that leaves Chassis to trail the field as the 9 runners charge into the far turn. On the lead here on the inside, Ruler of the Night head in front, necessary and proper, right there pressing. A half length to She Loves to Move, and Subtle Giant parked 4 wide, making a move towards those front runners around the turn. 4 runners on the lead lineup, and Tumbles is right behind that quartet, trying to get off the fence at the quarter pole. Sweet Tooth Sue, in the meantime, she's going to cut the corner off the turn. Even deeper, Luna Loca is parked about 7 or 8 paths off the rail, but Luna Loca is mounting a challenge on the far outside. Luna Loca grandstand side up to take on She Loves to Move, who has pushed past the early leaders, and these two are going to decide it. Luna Loca out finishing She Loves to Move in the final 100 yards, and Luna Loca pulls clear late to score by a length and a tail. She Loves to Move second home. Raw Power 0 seconds. This race is now official. Luna Loca pays $8.20 for the win. The third last race on the card, that's race 7, is up next. We're ready to go. And we're off. Sig Alert hard sent for the lead, isn't quick enough to get there. Father Walsh in command early. Lost in New York takes the second spot with Martin Kelly. And there's Sig Alert on the outside, perched 3 deep, 2 off the pace in the 4th position. In a good spot, a gap of 2 lengths back to Old Man Winter in the 5th position, just ahead of Nutsy, who sports the pink cap. Second to last, In Sky We Trust, and that leaves Sutton Breeze to trail the field. 7 lengths behind as they hit the far turn. Father Walsh in control here with 3 furlongs to go. Gets to the fence and strides a length and a half in front of a trio. Sig Alert in the 3 path making up some ground. Now a joint second. Lost in New York, shaken up, and between them is Martin Kelly. 2 back to Old Man Winter. Nutsy being asked to get going, needs to pick it up with In Sky We Trust, who gets to the outside for the stretch drive. Sutton Breeze was caught deeper down the stretch here. It's still Father Walsh. Father Walsh 2.5 lengths clear with a furlong to go, but coming with a big burst is In Sky We Trust. And In Sky We Trust, like a rocket, hits the front, draws off. In Sky We Trust with a big effort. Photo for second. Number 6, In Sky We Trust, for a $2 win investment. The 8th race will be next on the card. The penultimate race on the program. A field of 9 time. We're ready to go. And we're off. Profitability stumbled at the break and is towards the rear of the field after that. Please Be Nice up close. There's a wall of horses there, though. Enticing Prospect, Big Baby Henry. Also, I Got Busted in the pink cap. In fact, I Got Busted snatches the lead down the backstretch, a length in front of Perno, who takes the second spot. Big Baby Henry is third. Please Be Nice in the 4th position. Green Jacket running 4 off the pace with Sharp Playboy. Enticing Prospect was prominent early, is now in mid-division, 5 off the lead. 3 back to Joe West. Gold Templar alongside of him, and Profitability can see them all with 3 furlongs to go. I Got Busted strings them out, leads by about a length. Perno all in second. Big Baby Henry attempts to move forward on the fence. There's room on the inside if he's good enough. But I Got Busted let it out a notch right as I say that. And I Got Busted opens up 2 coming off the turn. Big Baby Henry switching outside. Here comes Enticing Prospect down the center of the track with big strides. It's now I Got Busted needs to deal with Enticing Prospect, who looks like a winning prospect inside the 16th pole. Grabs the lead, asserts his authority, opens up, and puts this race to bed. Enticing Prospect 2 ahead at the finish. Tight for second, maybe Sharp Playboy over I Got Busted. Last race on the docket. That'll be race number 9 today. In the 9th race on the program, we have a field nightcap. We're ready to go. And we're off in the finale. Blacksmith Strong up on the pace. Nemo's Fortune with him. These two right together here. Take the edge in the 3rd position early. Raw Courage, a joint 3rd approaching the turn. Reunion Tour caught deep as they corner. Poppy on Ice between horses now. A length back to Over the Cap towards the back. Sea Tiger just past him to race in the 2nd last position. Just 5 lengths from first to last as they approach the backstretch run. Not a great deal of pace here, and Blacksmith Strong is on the pace. Now, moving up is Raw Courage to come up and challenge that front runner. He's a little bit eager off the slow tempo, and he's a neck behind Blacksmith Strong down the backside. Nemo's Fortune wedges himself between that pair. 3 runners right together, 5 furlongs remaining. 2.5 back to Reunion Tour. Already niggled along a little bit here, aggressively ridden in the 4th position, just ahead of Take the Edge. Poppy on Ice a half length off of him, another length to Sea Tiger, and Over the Cap is dropped to the rear as they hit the far turn. Blacksmith Strong half-length edge. Nemo's Fortune a clear second. Raw Courage got a little bit of a breather at the half-mile marker. Now he's coming on again 3 wide. 2 back to Sea Tiger off the rail. He's past rivals. In fact, he's a joint 4th with Take the Edge, who saves ground on the turn. The others needs to pick it up. Top of the stretch, Nemo's Fortune between horses has the lead. Blacksmith Strong has dropped anchor. Raw Courage alongside of Nemo's Fortune at the top of the lane. Nemo's Fortune still with a narrow lead. Raw Courage switches lead his ass for his best, and now Raw Courage takes command with a furlong to go. Take the Edge on the outside, attempting to pull off a mild upset. Here he comes, Take the Edge. Take the Edge and Stephen Frett after Raw Courage and Michael Davila Jr. Here comes the line, tight, very tight. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for watching and wagering on Finger Lakes Racecourse. Tuesday afternoon, we've got 8 races on the docket for you. Without further ado, we now ask you to please rise and remove your caps for the playing of our national anthem. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you can now get out your pens, pencils, and programs because we now have today's changes for you. Here they come. In the first race on the program, we have an updated workout for you not posted in the past performance products. In race 1, number 4, Legendary Bid had a workout here at Finger Lakes on September 26th. 3 furlongs over a sloppy surface, went 38.20 seconds, and was given a breezing designation. Race 1 begins the early pick 4 sequence. In the second race on our program this afternoon, there's no changes. The third race kicks off the pick 6, races 3 through 8, that sequence. No changes in race 3. We're clear in races 2 and 3. In the fourth race on the program today, we have an updated workout for you with number 6, Rough Guy. Worked out on September 21st, going 4 furlongs over a good surface. 48.60 seconds and given a breezing designation for that workout. Over in the fifth race, a field of 7 there. No changes in race number 5. In the sixth race, our feature and allowance race for 3-year-olds and upward, going a mile. We go to race number 6. No jockey changes or scratches there. We're clear in the 6th race as well. No changes in races 5 and 6. Over in the 7th race, scratch number 3, Cape Cod Gem. Also take out number 4, Escape Mission. Numbers 3 and 4, both withdrawn out of race 7 today. And the nightcap is race number 8 in the finale. Number 5, Frankie C, has been scratched. Scratch number 5, Frankie C, in race 8 today. Those are all the changes, ladies and gentlemen. First post is 1 p.m. That's 51 minutes away. And coming up next, our Finger Lakes pre-race show with handicapper Dave Mattice.
I'm David Tice here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. As we continue this race week, we're getting a little better weather the last couple days. And it's supposed to warm up into the 70s again today, kind of like yesterday. You know, we're going to get a little bit of cloudiness. Hopefully the rain holds off. And good day for racing, good day to come out to the racetrack and play some races. I do want to first give a congratulations to Adil Khan, trainer Adil Khan. Adil was a rider here for a few years. Actually a pretty good rider. He had to be. He rode for Troy Smith. He had Troy yelling at him all the time. So good to see him. I know he's been working for a while in the training game. I mean, he just recently started being a trainer and got his first win yesterday with Raw Courage with Michael DeVille. Won the last race on the card. So congratulations to Adil Khan. I also want to mention our schedule changes for this month. We are going to continue to run Monday and Tuesday in the month of October at 1 o'clock. Wednesdays are Wednesdays only, not counting tomorrow. Tomorrow, I believe we still have a 1 o'clock first post. But starting next week, the 9th, we're going to run at 1:15 on Wednesdays. And then, of course, we get into November, the time change. We got that earlier post. So before I get confused and know what time to come in, I'll let everybody else know when we start our races. Now, still plenty of action left. I mean, we go all the way till the day before Thanksgiving. We still got a big day on, I believe it's the third week in October. It's not too far away. The Futurity Day. I mean, you got a bunch of the distance series concluding that day. We got a few stakes races, including our richest stake of the year, the New York Breeders' Futurity. So I'm looking forward to that as the 2-year-olds do battle in that race. All right, let's look at today's card. Only 8 today, so I better be more on my game than the 9 race card. I think we have another 9 race card tomorrow. But first race today, 5,000 claimer, never won 3 condition, going 5.5 furlongs. Man, I really liked Bottomless Refill when I first looked at the program. I said, man, this horse it's been running huge. Ran a big race to just get up last time. And, you know, the horses, I thought I thought the other one won. But the horses that were second and third both hit the board yesterday in good race. I mean, 5 Aces ran well. Go Get the Bag just found himself with too much to do in the last part of the race and almost won too. Now, the problem with Bottomless Refill is I think he's the best horse in the race, but it is only 5.5 furlongs, and you get a race lacking in any kind of speed. Can he overcome that? Maybe depending on how this track's playing, but you look at the pace in this race, and you look at the running style of all these horses. Now, I don't know how good Hot Rod Lincoln is. I don't know if that last race is an aberration, because this horse ran big last time, but he looks like the main speed shortening up to 5.5 furlongs. And the last number off of that race, he competes anyway if he doesn't get an easy lead. But I think he's going to get an easy lead in here. It's just a question, can he repeat the performance that he had last time and even run better because he'll have a tactical edge in race number 1? Appears that he will. So John Barrios is going to probably be out there alone and try to get Red Hot Lincoln to go gate to wire. Now, I don't think necessarily he's the best horse in the race, but you got to think that he's got that big tactical edge, and maybe Talia could get her second win. Bottomless Refill, yeah, I think the horse is the best horse in the race. The horse looked good breaking his maiden. He actually dominated those 5,000 maidens, and he was probably best last time and just barely got up because the pace scenario just didn't go to his favor that day. Well, I think it's even worse today. Yeah, I think it's better than Red Hot Lincoln, but he's going to have to catch Red Hot Lincoln. Same thing with Hyperspeed. Hyperspeed is probably better than Red Hot Lincoln too, but he's got a little bit too. He might get first run on Bottomless Refill. He may be closer to Red Hot Lincoln than that one. But you look at the rest of them, 8 weeks long. I mean, that's horse has been running mostly routes. Doesn't have any sprint speed. Then you got Misawa. He's got a little bit of sprint speed, but not the kind of speed the Red Hot Lincoln has. Legendary Big's probably going to be the closest to Red Hot Lincoln early, but he doesn't have speed. I mean, not that kind of speed. So the only other one would be Pure Crazy Groove, but I don't know if he's got enough sprint speed to go with that horse either. I mean, in the past, he's shown a 23.47. But I'm going to take a shot here with Hot Rod Lincoln. Oh, it must be a car reference. You know, you have those Lincolns. Or maybe it's from Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter. If you ever want to see a movie, watch that one. It sounds crazy, but it's actually a good movie. Second race goes a distance of 6 furlongs. Tricky race, this maiden event. I mean, Butte was running against maiden claimers when he first arrived here. But then I thought he ran a big race after that because he ran into Marty's Magic. That horse looked pretty good and was much the best winner. This one actually ran third, just beaten less than a few lengths. Horse that was second ran well next time as well. So that I don't know where that race came from because his previous race wasn't that good. I know 5 Aces kind of got away on the front end, the previous start going 5.5 furlongs. And maybe this horse did improve second race over the track. Stays at the maiden special weight level and catches probably a weaker field. Well, not probably. Marty's Magic would beat this field by probably 5 or 6 lengths. So I'm going to go with Butte on top. The pace scenario is going to be interesting because the speed could come from the 6, Not My Type. Not My Type has been 18-1 and 16-1 in his first 2 starts. Today, he's 9-5. What day did you want to bet him? Well, maybe today you bet him. It is an easier field than last time. You see Joe West. Joe West finished second in the Butte race. That's where he came back to win against Not My Type. Now, this horse has had excuses. I don't know if I give him a big excuse last time, but the first career start, Not My Type actually ran very big. I mean, this horse got off slowly, overcame it to run a pretty good third. That field wasn't the strongest. I know Alfgar's is a pretty good one in the maiden condition. Took him a while, probably finally one stretching out. But I thought Not My Type ran big in the debut. Next start, yeah, I did have trouble. I mean, that is correct. He did check. He got foul late in the race where the horse came over and physically hit him. But I think he was tired at that point anyway. It wasn't like this horse was going to win that race going 6 furlongs. He was, at that point, and he did get pressed for most of the race, but at that point, it didn't matter. I mean, he was going to tire, maybe cost him 4th. I don't know. It was not anything that looked like it cost him a position just because he was a tiring horse at that point. But it is a correct comment. Obviously, our Echo-based guy is really good with the comments, but Not My Type. I don't like him at 9-5. I'll just say that. He does look like the possible speed from the outside. And again, his debut race is probably good enough to beat these. I'm not so sure his last race was. So I'm going to go with him second. The tricky read is going to be the 3, the new face, Visions to Reality. This one has had 2 starts. First start was going a route on the turf. Didn't do so well. Next start here was in that Marty Magic race. Now, did get off slowly. I don't like the fact the horse didn't take any money, though. They usually see these type of horses for this stable. They take money. Yeah, I would say mostly route breeding for this horse, but we've seen this breeding a lot out of this dam. all the smiles. You know, you got the Johannesburg smile, Atlantic smile, Stormy smile. Yeah, and they're all good. I mean, you're talking all stakes horses. That dam is, I should say the dam's a have to, but the dam's a have to, all of them. You know, I think maybe 4 of the 5 of them were stakes winners. So that breeding makes me think, I'm talking about the dam being half, not this one being half, but mostly route. Oh, Wildcat Smile, that was the other good one. But I will go with this one for third. I don't know if 6 furlong sprint on the dirt is necessarily the best distance for the breeding, but you look at this field, it's not the strongest of fields for main special weights, and let's face it, this horse has got good breeding. I think you got to use him. But he's the wild card, the real tricky read coming in, because his last race, he did break badly, and he comes out of a good race, so he's got an excuse. All right, third race goes 5.5. We're going to start a $1 pick 6. Don't believe there's a carryover. I think it was hit yesterday. I like the 2 inside horses, although I give the 6 Blue Lieutenant a little bit of an outside chance if he's able to get the lead, and speed's good today. But I like Raging Bear. I mean, one of my favorite angles here, depending on obviously how the track plays, since the resurfacing, we've had some track biases to take notes off of, but fair racetrack all considering, outside to inside move, when you're talking about horses that are in conditions that are evenly matched, when you go from an outside post and a wide trip to an inside post that's saving ground, you're talking a couple lengths in a race that's pretty evenly matched, and that makes a big difference. So Raging Bear comes in here from Penn National. Didn't run that badly. I mean, you look at the wide trip that this horse had, was wide throughout, couldn't save any ground, and went really wide on the turn. And then you look at the trip that Fighter Kite, the winner, had. Horse couldn't have had a better trip. And now Raging Bear shortens up to 5.5. He's got tactical speed to get position as long as he can handle being inside. I like this horse's chances in race number 3. I expect a better effort from Raging Bear than what he had last time. But again, maybe a victim of being outside with that wide trip. Hutch, I always said Hutch is probably better, look at the breeding and everything, going long than short. But he's been going short for a while, and maybe that's why he keeps hitting the board and not winning, because he'd probably be already out of this condition in the route if he had this many starts. But he's running well. I mean, he's hitting the board against this type of competition, and this might be the easiest field that Hutch has faced this year. So he's a big win threat today. You know, those other races, he's obviously a horse you use underneath. And I would normally call horses like this in sprints underneath type, but not today. I think Hutch has a legitimate chance to win this race based on the competition. Outstanding Debt, Thundering March, I don't know, is a deep closer at 5.5. Uncle Vic ran a good race a couple starts back, but his last race wasn't good. Again, Blue Lieutenant would be the other one that I thought would be the chance because of the pace scenario in here. Blue Lieutenant looks to be the speed. Now, Raging Bear might be aggressive from the inside. Uncle Vic hasn't shown speed since he was in the Deborah Breed barn. So Blue Lieutenant might be worth a look here if he's able to clear early at 5.5. Speed's always good as a good asset at 5.5, just because it's shorter. You consider sprints 6 furlongs to 7 furlongs in most places, but we run 5.5 a lot here in Finger Lakes. So you'll see a lot of winners within a couple lengths of the leader just because of that shorter distance. It's considered short in other places, but here we run it a lot. And it's good to have tactical speed when you're talking about a short distance of 5.5. Blue Lieutenant has been very aggressive in a lot of the races. You know, it's very aggressively ridden in a few of these starts, and I don't think this is going to be a good place to do so. I mean, there isn't a lot of speed in here, and if he clears early, dangerous to win it. Again, Thundering March was claimed from the Buckley barn. Didn't run so well, but they tried going long with him last time, and they caught a really tough group at the 11 and 9 level. So, I mean, Thundering March has been always one of those horses that sits back and makes a run clearly at the mercy of the pace. And unfortunately for Thundering March in this race, there is none. Not a lot anyway. Blue Lieutenant and maybe an aggressive Raging Bear would be the two possibilities for speed in the third. All right, fourth race. Maiden race going a mile and a 16th. You remember the last time they ran this similar race, middle September, and you see it on Jake's Orchard's and others' form, it was a very close finish. I mean, it was 3 horses right at the wire. So this race will probably be fun as well. Now, yeah, you got a couple horses stretching out, Call Tonight and Senegal, and I'm going to use both of them in my top 3 because I like the breeding on Call Tonight for route, and Senegal I like the breeding, maybe not necessarily for route, but it's good breeding, and it's coming from Saratoga. So I thought those were a couple to consider stretching out in this race. But I also like the way Prophetic is going. You look at that last race, and Prophetic made a big move late and probably should have won the race. It was bothered by the winner. It was actually fouled by the winner, but the jockey didn't claim foul. Not only did it cost him the win, but the jockey didn't claim foul. Puff Magic Dragon came right over on him, and he was trying to split horses, and the gap was there, and then the horse came over on him and cost him the win. Not saying that, I mean, he wasn't going to win the race anyway after the DQ, so I'm just saying from a handicapping standpoint, the horse ran a winning race, just got bothered by another horse that cost him the win. Now today, will he get the same kind of trip? Will he be able to get the pace he needs to close ground and get the win? That's the question. And the other question is some of these sprinters stretching out. Could this possibly be a tougher race? Now, Puff's Magic Dragon was the horse stretching out of an 11-9 maiden, but obviously liked the route, and that was the winner. But I'll use Prophetic off of a couple good performances on top, but maybe with his late running style, he may need some pace to chase. The 3-horse Call It a Night will be only making his 3rd career start. Comes out of a decent race. I know the time wasn't that fast last time that the race he comes out of, but I think this horse kind of reminds me of Puff's Magic Dragon, who won this conditional race earlier in the month. I should say early in September. We're in October now, believe it or not. But got a good number for the distance, and I think the stretch out, I like the works on this horse too, but I think the stretch out's really going to help Call It a Night. The other sprinter stretching out is the 8, Senegal, who will add blinkers. Of course, Saratoga Weekend's another one. Saratoga Weekend stretching out of sprints. But you see Andre Worry getting off that horse to ride Senegal, make you think that this horse might be the better of those two. But horse by Salamini, decent breeding for the stretch out. Not great. But it may not matter in this maiden race. I mean, if he could get the distance, he already tried going a mile. I think he can be tough in here. Real tough, just because of company kept. He's coming out of some tougher Saratoga races. It cost $65,000 a 2-year-old. Yeah, I think this is an interesting spot, making his Finger Lakes debut. Might like this racetrack. Jake's Orchard, I mean, this one comes off a 2nd place finish in the condition, and he's speed. The only thing I'm concerned about Jake's Orchard is it'll probably be a similar trip. I mean, the horse is going to be out there. I don't know how this pace scenario is going to unfold with these sprinters stretching out. You may end up getting a decent pace, and he's on the outside, that he's got to play either presser or stalker out there, unless he can clear early. If the other speed doesn't go, it is a mile and a 16th, so you have a little more chance to get clear and get the position if you're faster than the rest of them. So it'll be interesting to see how the pace unfolds in this race. But he ran a good 2nd last time. Again, not much separated the 1st and 3rd horses in that race. So hard not to use them in this race. So I'm going to go the 5, 3, 8, and 4. Basically got Prophetic, maybe to get there today, and then a couple of the sprinters stretching out I thought were interesting. And Jake's Orchard, of course, who was right there as well, right with Prophetic. Okay, 5th race starts the late pick 4 with the 8 race card. It's a never won 3, 11-9 condition, going 6 furlongs. I'll say it right now. I don't think you're going to get 6-1 on Cashel Kitten off of the good 2nd place finish last time. It's not going to happen. Um, had won the 2 lifetime against a pretty good 2 lifetime field. Vaunted when Vaunted was still good. And then last time, just got beat at the wire by Awesome for Sure. I mean, it was a good effort. Same distance today. He's the inside of the speed, so he can hold the rail. We probably get a little bit of a pressure out there by a couple of them. I don't think there's a lot of speed in this race other than Busting Credit, maybe on the outside. I mean, Busting Credit's last race is too bad to believe. So I basically got a 2-speed number here. If Casual Kitten can repeat the last effort, he can win. That was a good enough race to beat these horses. So logical horse is Casual Kitten here. And again, you're not going to get 6-1 on that one. Busting Credit didn't run well last time. And the race is just too bad to believe. He comes out of the same race as Casual Kitten. So if they run the same race, and he runs the same race, he's not going to win. I mean, Mudville 9 is going to finish ahead of him again because Mudville 9 finished ahead of him that day. But I think he's going to improve off that race. I mean, like I said, the race is too bad to believe. Is this horse that bad right now? I mean, you look at the previous form of this horse as early as last summer. He's running good against allowance horses. Well, he didn't. You look at the double-digit loss that he had in the allowance horse, and I'll say this a lot because he's coming out of the Runaway Joke race. That race is not as bad as it looks. Runaway Joke is a stakes horse. It's going to be a stakes horse anyway, ripping right through conditions. So, lose it by as much as he did. No, I mean, I just don't know what happened last time. I don't really have a big excuse for Busting Credit. He's supposed to run better than that against the 11 and 9s. I think the positive sign with Busting Credit is they don't drop him to 5 off the poor effort. So, maybe there's some other excuses there. Staying at the 11 and 9 makes me think that this horse will run better this race. I mean, it's just too bad to believe. I mean, that last race isn't good enough. Union Navy's an interesting one. Union Navy dropped slightly here out of allowance races. I mean, I was surprised when he won that day. I mean, he got the pace that he needed, but he ran big at 5.5 furlongs to close the ground that he did and beat a pretty decent 2 lifetime field. Really, really well he ran. Then he tried 6 furlongs the last couple starts, and you could say he hasn't run as well, but that last race, compared to this race, what are you going to do? I mean, Stewie is a good one when that one's alone on the lead, and when Dorothy's Happiness didn't get off that great, it was hard for Union Navy, who didn't get off that great either, to make up the ground. Nobody could, because Stewie was just basically loose on the lead. Dorothy's Happiness was probably much the best in there, but again, that one was slow start, kind of hurt his chances as well. I give the horse a big chance in here if the pace backs up to him. I mean, he's another one where his running style is sit back and make a run, and you just got to have Casual Kitten get softened up so that he can run and get the victory. Got to use him. Retail Man did show some speed in a route last time, but in sprints, he's more of a sit back and make a run type horse. But he's in good form right now, coming off the good second place finish behind Man Magic, was a pretty good one in the 11 and 9. So he's another one to consider in race number 5. But again, his running style, like Union Navy, I don't see there's a bunch of races today that don't have a lot of pace in them, and other than Casual Kitten and Busting Credit, that's kind of the case in this race. All right, sixth race, an allowance race, non-winners of a race that's a date, or never won 4 lifetimes. Scanning it over, you got a few of the 4 lifetime conditions in here. Brew Pub. I mean, Brew Pub was a victim of the pace scenario more than anything last time, where Mo Trump, I think it was Koa, they had a good race. He put him to sleep, basically. I've seen it a couple times this year where Koa gets the lead, gets the horse to relax, and I say put him to sleep, it's a term where the other riders think they're going faster than they are or something because they're taken back off of a slow pace. And I know 49 doesn't seem too slow now, but for the level of horses in the allowance field, 49 and change was pretty slow that day. And Mo Trump, who's normally an off-track specialist, was able to control the pace, and when the running started, he was gone. Brewpub puts the blinkers on today. This is a $310,000 yearling. The only knock I got on Brewpub, and it's tough to take him on top, is the amount of seconds that this horse has versus victories. I mean, you're talking about a horse that's 3 for 46 with 11 seconds. Obviously, he's faced tougher competition in the past. He's still eligible for this Ford Lifetime. Also, he's never won at the distance. Now I'm talking you off the horse, and I got him on top. But I think he's better than these horses. And I like the fact, Emmanuel Di Diego goes here, worries on the 3. So those are the other 2 I liked. And I'm wondering if Emmanuel Di Diego chose this one because Kahala also has some good resume as well. I did use a long shot for a second. I mentioned Union Lights. Union Lights might be overlooked a little bit in here because he's 10-1 morning line, and the form's not as bad as it looks. You look at the last few starts. Actually, look at every start this horse has had at Finger Lakes. You usually look at just the last couple starts, but when you're making excuses for the horse, go back a little bit, but I'll go quick. First start was good. He did get away with some slow fractions to win that day, but I liked his next start. When he cut back in distance to a sprint, this horse had a horrible trip and overcame a lot and finished 3rd. He might have won that race if it wasn't for the troubled trip that he had. Then he ran into Runaway Joke. Didn't really run into him. It's a stablemate. But last race, same thing as Brewpub. The horse got away on the front end. He rated off of, well, I don't want to say he rated off of because it was because he broke poorly that he rated off. But he's compromised by a bad start last time, and that's why he ran as bad. So the horse isn't running badly. He's just having bad racing luck. And now you're getting 10-1 because you look at the form, and everybody's looking at the form and saying, wow, this horse is losing by double digits. No, he's had excuses. Kahala, from the Englehart barn as well, is a Kentucky bred by Broken Vow. Those are good ones. And out of a dam that's a stakes winner, it's got to have to. Appeal Factor is the name of the horse. It only had 4 career starts, won 3 of the 4 starts, and they were all stakes victories. So this horse is very, very well bred. Of course, that one's a sprinter, but obviously can do either, and this one's breeding sprint route, and has gone primarily route in his career. He's got speed from the inside if he wants to use it against Union Lights. Be interesting to see because Englehart's got 2 of them in here if he does actually get out there with Union Lights. Love That Bird. You talk about racing luck. I mean, this horse was absolutely lone speed on August 28th. He actually lost because he blew his tactical edge by allowing Crypto Causeway to sneak up the inside and during the race, and then ended up being a stretch to the wire. If this horse just kept the lead like he did his next start, he would have won and had a really even easier lead last time. I don't know why. Again, that's another one where Koa put them to sleep, I should say. But again, there's a half full, half empty. At least the horse is running well, and he's coming out of that 3 lifetime condition. Obviously, this is a lot tougher for Love That Bird, but he's going pretty well, so he's worth throwing into the number here. Going to go the 8, 3, 1, and 2 in race number 6. All right, 7th race, a 5,000 claimer. Goes 5.5. Again, another big scratch. We scratched the 3 Cape Cod Gem. That's going to affect the pace scenario because that one figured to be the inside speed of the race. Also scratched the 4 Escape Mission. I guess the horse that benefits the most is the 7 Son of Darkness. So I snuck him in the top 4. But you got a big drop down in here for the Murph. Tommy the Torch. I say this one makes me think of John Tebbett, who's the one that had this one. And Tommy the Torch was one of those horses that put up some big numbers when he was on his game. I mean, when he was sharp, he put up some huge buyer numbers and some fast times. Was also, I mean, the earliest career I'm talking about, he was actually 3rd in the George Barker Stakes. That's how well this horse, how good this horse could be at times. Now, he's in for 5,000. Well, he's been here before. It's not like he's never run for 5. He actually won against, the 7,500 Penn National. But this will be the easiest. Again, the name Runaway Joke comes up again in our handicap. Anytime you see that horse in the allowance conditions, give a big positive to the horses behind him. You're not going to beat Runaway Joke. He's very well spotted in these allowance conditions because he's so much better than these eligible for conditions. Ripping right through them. What you're supposed to do with these horses. But it also ran in a 2 other than optional claiming allowance, losing by less than double digits to Runaway Joke, should beaten 5,000 claimers. Should, and that's the point. So Runaway Joke was in front of this one. Today, Tommy the Torch should beat 5,000. I would like double shot if it was 6 furlongs. I think I said that last time. But for some reason, this race goes, well, it's probably because the race goes with 5.5. It's kind of double shots a little against it. He looked like he was in range, though, last time. He made a move right before the top of the stretch and made a run at Busted Pietre. It just kind of flattened out. I think it was more of Busted Pietre having a lot left because this horse was in contention. I think he can win going 5.5, but he's still got to get something to run at. And with the scratch of Cape Cod Gem, I think this one gets hurt by it. Now, Max Foster, they were stubborn running this horse long. He can't get 2 turns. Last time they turned him back and he ran a lot better. Did finish behind Fire Down Below, so that's the other one to like in here. Fire Down Below is a 14-time winner against a lot of 4 lifetime horses. I mean, I said that last time when this horse beat a similar field. And you got to say that field wasn't any easier than this one or any tougher, either way you want to look at it. So he plays. I don't know if he's going to get the same kind of trip. I mean, Tommy the Torch wasn't in that race that he was in on September 11th. But it's hard not to use this horse when you see the performance that he had first race over the track. Obviously plays a 14-time winner coming off a victory here at Finger Lakes. Son of Darkness, again, I probably wouldn't have used this horse, but the scratch of Cape Cod Gem helps this horse. I don't know how aggressive he's going to be, but it's 5.5 furlongs. He might have a chance to steal it if he's able to get out there and get alone on the lead in this race. There is some other tactical speed, and Son of Darkness is anything but a finisher usually. But the day that he got an easy lead at 5.5 was the day he won. Obviously, he didn't beat anything. It was a lot easier field. This field's a lot tougher than the field Son of Darkness beat back in August. That was before the resurfacing too, I think. All right, 8th race is our last race. Remember, we only got 8 races today, so make it count. Pick 1 through 4 and 5 through 8. Pick 5, races 4 through 8. Scratch the 5, Frankie C. Another race that doesn't have a lot of speed. Now, the key to the race might be what Noble Lady does. I mean, Fiora Rose is all the way on the outside. That's one of the speeds. Noble Lady, for whatever reason, in an absolute paceless race, this horse should have been lone speed last time. Connections opted to rate, and Little Maze, who's not that fast, was able to get an easy lead and ended up winning the race, and obviously wasn't coming back at 5.5 when you go 23 and 47 alone on the lead. Not sure what Noble Lady was doing. Now, she's not that fast, but that race she should have had the lead. And again, nobody's really that fast in this race, so I'd expect her to be closer. But she could be the key to whether the one Our Reward gets pressure or not, because Our Reward could be the inside speed of this race, and she's dropping in class to 5,000. So a lot to like with Our Reward. So I think with a tactical edge, a little bit of a class edge, I think she should be awfully tough in here. I think the one negative here is Andre Worry opts to go to the other one, She Shadow, who has a class edge too. Now that one's a real tricky read. I think that's a positive sign, unless it was Diego to a flip-flop. I don't know, but She Shadow, I was pulled up last time, gets a break since that last race, got some works in him, winner, and then comes back for 5,000. Obviously a tricky read. Obviously the class of the race, I didn't know what to do. So I think it's a positive that Andre Worry goes here over the horse that I picked on top, Our Reward. Can't always go by that though. But Noble Lady I used in between there, and then the 6 joyful departure is one of those questions. She drops to 5,000, but is it too late? That's always been said when you see these drop downs that have been running against maiden special weights and better. Now they're not running as well, and they drop to 5. If she had dropped to 5 earlier this summer, she would have been through the maiden condition. Well, she should still be competitive, making the big drop in class. And if it's not too late, she might have a chance to win the finale on the card. Anyway, enjoy today's racing. Remember, 8 races today, so that pick 6 stays in the third. Pick 5 races 4 through 8. So 1 o'clock post tomorrow, and then from now on, we'll still have Monday and Tuesday, 1 o'clock in October. Wednesdays, starting next week, is going to go to 1:15. Hopefully you remember it. Hopefully I remember it. We'll all be here on time. So see you tomorrow for the Wednesday card.
And the runners are now making their way onto the track for race number 1 for 3-year-olds and upward, going 5.5 furlongs. No changes in race 1. The start of the early pick 4, races 1 through 4. It's a 50-cent minimum bet. $5,000 claimers go 5.5 furlongs. Here's the field. Number 1, 8 weeks long. Heman Harkey riding today. Number 2, Hot Rod Lincoln. John Barrios in the saddle. Number 3, Masawa. Jackie Davis aboard. Number 4, Legendary Bid. Rafael Rohina Jr. in the irons this afternoon. Number 5, Bottomless Refill. Emmanuel Di Diego with the call. Number 6, Hyperspeed. Joel Cruz with the assignment. And number 7 is Pure Crazy Groove with Nazario Alvarado. That's the field for race number 1, a $5,000 claimer going 5.5 furlongs. 8 races today. We kick things off in 5 minutes. 5 minutes until the first leg of the pick 4. That's races 1 through 4, the early pick 4. Good luck. 1 minute to post time. 1 minute. And the runners have reached the gate and are loading for race number 1. Today's stewards, Rick Coyne, Aaron Higgins, and Ron Walker. A field of 7 kicks off our day, 8 weeks only. Working with him, Hot Rod Lincoln also behind the gate. Looks like they're going to load Hot Rod Lincoln first. Hot Rod Lincoln, just about it. Misawa has got it. Hot Rod Lincoln, 8 weeks only, doing it. Hyper Speed. Going into the gate, 1 back, Pure Crazy Groove. 8 races today here at the Lakes. Good luck. We're ready to go. And we're off. Uneventful beginning. Legendary Bid strides in front in the early stages. Hot Rod Lincoln up on the pace as well. Hyper Speed has early speed, and Pure Crazy Groove is 4 deep on the course. 4 runners tussle on the front end. Bottomless Refill right behind them in the 5th position. 2 back to 8 weeks long, and Misawa is at the back of the pack. 6 off the pace. Approaching the 4 turn, Hot Rod Lincoln emerges from the foursome as a 3/4 length edge on Hyper Speed in second. Pure Crazy Groove pushed along from third. Bottomless Refill moving forward. A joint second as they round the far turn. Bottomless Refill on the move. 8 weeks long, 5 lengths behind, under a ride. Misawa not picking it up, and Legendary Bit has dropped out of it. Top of the stretch. Hot Rod Lincoln off the turn, challenged by Bottomless Refill, who continues a sustained run, is up to take the lead inside the furlong pole, and Bottomless Refill is kicking away. Bottomless Refill by 4, by 5, and Bottomless Refill is going to be a runaway winner in the opener. Bottomless Refill well ahead. Pure Crazy Groove was second home, then Hot Rod Lincoln, and 8 weeks long was fourth. Number 5, Bottomless Refill was first. Photo finish for second and third. Waiting on the placing for fourth. Running second was number 7, Pure Crazy Groove. Third, number 2, Hot Rod Lincoln. Fourth, number 1, 8 weeks long. 5, 7, 2, 1. Your top 4 finishers. 5, 7, 2, 1. Your top 4. Now entering the winner's circle is number 5, Bottomless Refill. This race is now official. He's a 3-year-old bay gelding by Alternation out of Really and Truly by Pulpit. Bottomless Refill now owned by Edwin Schatzel and trained by Tim Murphy. Your winning jockey, Emmanuel Di Diego. Number 5, Bottomless Refill, pays $460 for the win. Second race coming up next. A maiden race for 3-year-olds and up, going 6 furlongs. No changes in race 2. Post time for the second race, 20 minutes away at 1:29. 20 minutes to post for the second. Ladies and gentlemen, please note in the second race coming up, number 5 will now be 4 pounds overweight. 4 pounds over for number 5. Find a name in race 2 coming up.
Horses are in the paddock for race number 2, and no doubt about that, with a bottomless refill really strutting his stuff that race. He makes it 3 in a row. Good looking performance. Emmanuel Di Diego for Tim Murphy. That starts off the card, no doubt about it. Maiden races, the second goes the distance of 6 furlongs. A couple of them getting play. We'll start with the 4. U Butte actually ran against maiden claimers in his first start over the track. Horse got away on the front end, 5 Aces, who ran good the other day. Then he stepped up and faced a real tough group. The top 2 finishers turns out to be a key race. Marty's Magic and Joe West both came back to win. So he actually did run a big improved race. I think this horse is going to be pretty good stretching out if he ever does in the near future. But he certainly plays in here off of the good effort last time if he can repeat it. The 6 horse is Not My Type, and Not My Type really had a big excuse in his first start. He ran extremely well considering how poorly he started. To overcome that on that sloppy track and still run third was a big effort. Unfortunately, he didn't run as well in his second start. Yes, it does show that he checked, but he was actually tired at that point, and they were passing him as it was. The horse did make physical contact with him in the stretch. I think it was the third place horse, Painting Stones, who ended up getting DQ'd, but he was tiring at that point, but he did run a pretty good race anyway up until that point. But if you look back to his debut, if he could repeat that effort and get the lead on here, he's certainly a big contender in race number 2. The tricky read is the 3, Visions to Reality. Not getting much for early play, is at odds of 11-1, but he faced much tougher in his 2 starts, and he's got excuses in both those starts. Ran a mile on the turf his first start at Saratoga, and then his next start, he had a poor start against a pretty tough group, same field that U Butte comes out of.
This is the first foal out of that dam. That dam's a half to a bunch of good ones. Saw the smiles, Johannesburg Smile, Wildcat Smile, mostly route, but this horse has got every reason to improve in this start off of the poor effort last time. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in race number 2. You got 7 minutes to post.
And the runners are now on the track for race number 2, a maiden race for 3-year-olds and upward, going 6 furlongs. Here's the field. Number 1, Rev Parker. Emmanuel de Diego looking to kick off the card with 2 wins. Number 2, Paint the Line, Dalton Brown, the jockey. Number 3, Visions to Reality, Kevin Navarro in the irons. Number 4, U Butte, Cabracoa, the jockey. Number 5 is Find a Name with Juan Diaz. And number 6, Not My Type, Rafael Rohina Jr. in the irons. That's the field for race number 2. 4 minutes to post for the second race at 6 furlongs. 1 minute to post. The runners are approaching the starting gate. And the runners have now reached the starting gate. It's post time for race number 2. Rev Parker to the inside post, the first one to come up. Paint the line in the white jacket. Visions to reality. Visions to reality. Just about it. Now he's it. Hey, Butte. Waiting for you, Butte, to come up. Two back. Find a name. Working with find a name to load into the gate. Find a name goes in. Into the outside. We wait on Not My Type. Here's Not My Type. Coming up. Go again. We're ready to go. And we're off. Rev Parker broke alertly from the inside post. U-Butte between horses has speed too, and U-Butte's on top in the early stages. Not My Type will press from the outside. The top two spar on the front end, and they open up 2.5 lengths on another pair. Paint the Line and Rev Parker. 3 more lengths back to Visions of Reality, and Find a Name at the back. 3 pairs of 2 with a half mile to go. Not My Type, and U-Butte going hard on the front end. Still well clear of the third place runner who's racing alone. That's Paint the Line in the white jacket. Gap of 4 back to Rev Parker, who has lost position. And then comes Visions of Reality, Find a Name at the tail. Around the far turn, U-Butte, the favorite, is going to have to work for it today because Not My Type has been pressing the whole way around. U-Butte still with the lead as he comes off the turn and shakes clear by a length. Not My Type, left behind in second, struggling on the outside. Paint the Line is moving on the grandstand side. U-Butte still in front. Not My Type right behind is trying hard. Here comes Rev Parker down the center of the track, and Rev Parker is making up good strides down the center. U-Butte has to fend off Rev Parker. U-Butte continues to dig in. U-Butte, game, had to work for it, but got it done. Rev Parker's second photo for the show to Paint the Line and Not My Type. Photo for the win. Also photos for the third and fourth place spot. Photos all around. Please continue to stand by until the results are declared official. And, of course, the photo finish results have been posted. Number 4, U Butte was first. 1 Rev Parker second. 6 Not My Type third. 2 Paint the Line fourth. 4162 your top 4. 4162. Now in the winner's circle is number 4, U Butte. U Butte is a 3-year-old bay gelding by Leo Frick out of As Beautiful as You by AP Indy. U Butte, now owned by Kathy Baraclow and trained by Anthony Ferraro. Kay Bracoa, your winning jockey. 4162, your top 4 finishers. Please continue to stand by until the result is declared official. Final time for 6 furlongs, 1 minute 13.85. Number 4, U Butte, pays $360 to win. This race is now official. Up next is race 3. No changes in the third race, going 5.5 furlongs for $5,000 claimers. Post time 20 minutes away at 2 o'clock for race number 3.
All right, pick six starts in race number 3. You able to hold on. It looked like Rev Parker had all the momentum coming down the stretch, was going to get to him, but Keeper Koa kept that one going and gets the victory for Anthony Ferraro. All right, we go to the third. We start the pick six. Never won 3 condition, going 5.5 furlongs. Start with the 1 Raging Bear. This one had just run second against the bottoms of Penn National in the lifetime condition. Got a good number for the race. Came here and was a victim of a wide trip, going a little further, 6 furlongs, and kind of flattened out. The winner, Fighter Kite, had a much better trip. Now, it depends on how strong that race was. Now, Fighter Kite was a drop down that one had been facing a little bit tougher. But the big thing is the outside to inside move. You would think won't have to lose so much ground breaking from the rail. So Raging Bear, who's got some tactical speed, could be up close with Blue Lieutenant, who looks like the speed on the outside. The 2 Hutch, very logical horse in here. Numbers-wise is always right there in these sprint races. Was going primarily routes last fall and most of last season. Was been running okay in this against the sprint competition. Ran 4th last time. Was a little bit wide in that race, but he's kind of an underneath type. But this is the type of race where he could possibly win, just because it seems like it's an easier race than the lifetime race that he comes out of last time. So he's one of the main contenders in race number 3, just on the numbers and the little better races for the condition. Blue Lieutenant is the 6 horse. He looks like the speed from the outside. He did show speed last time before fading, but it was a tougher group with some other speed in it. It wasn't like he got away with any slow fractions for that day. 22 and 46 was pretty decent for the level for the day. He's been big prices the last 2, but again, looks like an easier field for the 3 lifetime, and there really is a lack of pace. This the only other negative, he hasn't really done well at 5.5 furlongs, which is surprising. But it was only recently that he broke his maiden, and that was going 6 furlongs earlier this spring. So Blue Lieutenant could play on the lack of pace in race number 3. Exacta Super Daily Double Pick 3, and the Pick 6 starts with this race.
And the runners are now making their way onto the track for the third race, a $5,000 claimer, 3-year-olds and upward, going 5.5 furlongs. No changes in race 3. In the third race, we begin the pick 6, races 3 through 8, the sequence, a $1 minimum wager. Here's the field for race 3. Number 1 is Raging Bear, Oliver Calderon with the call today. Number 2, Hutch, Kevin Navarro riding. Number 3 is Outstanding Debt, Jackie Davis aboard. Number 4, Thundering March, Dalton Brown the jockey. Number 5, Uncle Vic, Nazario Alvarado in the irons. Number 6 is Blue Lieutenant with Joel Cruz. And number 7 is Lucky Mucho Man, Anthony Rodriguez, the rider. That's the field for race 3, first leg of the pick 6, 5 minutes to post time for the third race at 5.5 furlongs. Good luck. 1 minute to post time. 1 minute. And the runners are now loading into the gate for race number 3. Raging Bear has gone in. Uncle Vic is loaded. Hutch, Outstanding Dead, and Thundering March. 2 back. Blue Lieutenant into the outside. Lucky Mucho Man. Here's Lucky Mucho Man coming up to the gate. He's in. We're ready to go. And they're off. The starter caught him in a good line. From the outside, Lucky Mucho Man, prominent. Raging Bear from the inside, put into play. Outstanding Dead is eased off the speed today, and Blue Lieutenant in the black jacket, quickest of them all. Blue Lieutenant the leader, 3/4 of a length. Raging Bear in the second spot, easing off the leader's heels. Lucky Mucho Man alongside of that rival. Thundering March, 2 off the pace in fourth. They're 2 better than Hutch. Then comes Uncle Vic, pushed along outside going into the turn in a space of 6 to Outstanding Debt, who has lost contact with the rest of the group. Rounding the far turn, Blue Lieutenant paves the way, 3/4 of a length, make it a length now. Lucky Mucho Man pushed along from second, is making up a little bit of ground on Blue Lieutenant, who still leads the way by a half length. Lucky Mucho Man in second on the outside in the 3-path. Raging Bear finds a seam on the rail and punches forward. Blue Lieutenant drops anchor. He's done. Far outside, Thundering March is marching on down the grandstand side. Thundering March up to tackle Lucky Mucho Man, who takes second from Raging Bear, who's had enough, but Thundering March has the most finish. Thundering March wins it over Lucky Mucho Man, then Raging Bear, and Uncle Vic rounded out the superfecta. Now about to enter the winner's circle is number 4, Thundering March. Number 4, Thundering March first, 7, Lucky Mucho Man second, 1, Raging Bear third, 5, Uncle Vic fourth, 4715, your top 4. Thundering March is a 5-year-old chestnut gelding by Union Jackson out of Irish Ballerina by Stravinsky. Now owned and trained by Omani Williams. Dalton Brown, your winning jockey. Final time for 5.5 furlongs, 1 minute 6.63 seconds. The 4th race is up next at 1 mile and a 16th. The maiden affair here, and there are no changes. Post time 25 minutes away at 2:34.
right, 9 minutes to post for race number 4. Thundering March able to put it together today. That was Dalton Brown for Monty Williams. Congratulations to them. That one was claimed for $5,000 back in early September. Gets a victory to start October. All right, sit down. This one, maiden race, goes a mile and the 16th. Exactitry Super Daily Double and the pick 5 starts in the 4th. Best wager here at Finger Lakes, the pick 5. And you got a pretty open race here. Remember the last time they ran this condition, it turned out to be a 3-horse photo finish going to mile 70 back on the 16th. Good race that was. Now, Prophetic was involved in that one. Got a couple sprinters, new faces stretched out. Jake's Orchard was another one that was involved in that 3-horse photo finish. Prophetic was bothered in that race by the winner. That winner came over a few paths and cost him the victory. Not saying he's get the same kind of pace scenario and same kind of trip, but he did run well in that race. If it wasn't for that late bumping, probably would have won that particular race. Well bred, he has a late closer. He just needs a pace to chase. May be able to get it, but a good horse to consider using in this open race. The 3-horse is Call It a Night, one of a couple that's sprinting and now stretching out. Of course, you got a few of them. Saratoga Weekend, 2 sprints to a route. Call It a Night, 2 6-furlong sprints to a route. So you don't know what to expect from either one. I do like the breeding on Call It a Night as far as the route breeding. 362 Tomlinson for the distance. First career start was in the slop. Last race woke up a little bit with a good second place finish and has shown a good work since that race. So Call It a Night, maybe the stretch out could be good for this horse. Certainly the breeding hints so. The 8-horse Senegal will be making his first Finger Lakes start. He goes a little further after a 7-furlong race, and he also adds blinkers for this race. Not the strongest of breeding for the route, but certainly decent enough, and has been facing tougher and woke up a little bit in that 7-furlong race last time. The 9-horse Jake's Orchard mentioned was part of that 3-horse photo, would not back up. The horse was there the whole time and battled to the wire. He's got good tactical speed, so it'll be interesting to see the tactics for Jake's Orchard with a couple speed types and a couple horses stretching out of sprints inside of. But off of the last effort, definitely usable in race number 4. Exactitry Super Daily Double in the pick 5 starts with this race. You got 7 minutes to post.
And the runners are now on the track for race number 4, maiden race going a mile and a 16th. Here's the field. Saratoga Weekend is number 1. J.M. Rohina riding today. Number 2, St. Bones. Joel Cruz in the irons. Number 3, Call It a Night. Luis Perez, the rider. Number 4, Dr. Darby. Jackie Davis riding. Number 5, Prophetic. Kevin Navarro in the irons. Number 6 is Rough Guy. Michael Davila Jr. has the ride. Number 7, Wit Dashing Speed. Rafael Rohina Jr. set to navigate. Number 8, Senegal. Andre Worry riding. Rounding out the field is number 9, Jake's Orchard. Heeman Harkey, the jockey. 4 minutes until race 4, going a mile and a 16th. Good luck. And the runners have now reached the starting gate. It's post time for race number 4. Start of the pick 5, folks. A field of 9 in this race. Going into the gate, Dr. Darby, Saratoga Weekend, St. Bones have all gone in. Prophetic in the green jacket. They've also loaded Call It a Night, working with Prophetic. Prophetic goes in. Rough Guy, post 6. Then With Dashing Speed. Two back. Senegal. And to the outside post, Jake's Orchard. Waiting for Jake's Orchard to take his spot. We're ready to go. And we're off. Getting squeezed at the break was Dr. Darby. Had to take up after that between horses. Drops to the rear. Jake's Orchard going to the front from the gray. Rough Guy moves through between horses to come and take the lead with Jake's Orchard going into the turn. These two right together as they corner with Saratoga Weekend right off of them, but holds the inside spot and is pretty offensive-minded here. Now 3 runners across the track. Saratoga Weekend on the inside. Between horses is the gray with Dashing Speed and a 3 deep Jake's Orchard approaching the backstretch run. There's a big gap of 7 back to St. Bones. Call It a Night is also there. And Senegal, outside of that, pair swinging up the backstretch. Another 3 lengths back to Prophetic with Dashing Speed second to last. And Dr. Darby at the tail end of the field as they head down the backstretch. The first one out of the 3, some to give way, at least right now, is Rough Guy. He's either getting a breather or he's dropping back. Jake's Orchard in front by a length now. Saratoga Weekend losing position with that front runner, but the rest of the pack are swarming in as Rough Guy, he drops out of it. He's done. Jake's Orchard on the lead here by 3/4 of a length. Here comes Senegal on the outside, and farther out is Prophetic. 3 runners right there across the track. St. Bones made an early bid at the 3/8 pole and is backing right away. Saratoga Weekend in 4th, sent along. The others are well behind. Coming to the top of the stretch, 3 runners battling for the top spot. Jake's Orchard on the inside hanging tough. Senegal between them under the left-handed encouragement. And Prophetic, who went deep off the corner, is moving up level second, taking that position away from Senegal. And Prophetic on the grandstand side, up to tackle Jake's Orchard. Outside, it's Prophetic. Inside Jake's Orchard, Prophetic going by Jake's Orchard in the late stages. And it's graduation time for Prophetic. Prophetic breaks the bait, and Jake's Orchard second, then Senegal, and Dr. Darby, who is 4th. Now entering the winner's circle is number 5, Prophetic. Number 5, Prophetic was first. 9, Jake's Orchard second. 8, Senegal third. 4, Dr. Darby fourth. 5984. 5984, your top 4. Prophetic, a 3-year-old big gelding here by Looking at Lucky out of Whispering Angel by Hard Spun. Prophetic, now owned by Windy Leaf Farm and trained by Jonathan Buckley. Kevin Navarro, your winning jockey. Prophetic pays $6 for the win. Pick 4. That's the early pick 4, $127 even. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, race 5. No changes in the 5th. They're going 6 furlongs, and post time for race 5 is 20 minutes away.
Okay, we're in the paddock for race number 5, and really set up for Prophetic. Is a little bit of a speed duel up front. Jake's Orchard ran amazing because of the speed that one had to deal with. But Prophetic, clean trip today. Kevin was able to time it well and get the victory for trainer John Buckley to start the pick 5. All right, 5th race, an 11-9 claimer, never won 3 condition, going 6 furlongs. And looking at this one, Cashel Kitten was the one I'll start with here. This one I made my top choice, even though he was 6-1 morning line. Ran a good second last time, had a pressured pace, held on very well against Awesome for Sure. A good version of the race, of the 3 Lifetime. They went 111 and change for that race right after they resurfaced the track at the end of August. And so a repeat of that effort you would think would put them right there against this field. Inside speed hasn't been tremendous, but Cashel Kitten certainly plays off of that effort, off of the number. And he's right now at 2-1, so he's getting some action. Busting Credit you would think would run better than what he did last time. And that's the problem with Busting Credit. You can't play him off the last race. I mean, just maybe draw a line through it, as he did run a clunker first time running back down to 11-9. Ran earlier this year for the waiver claim at the 11-9 level and won for fun. So which Busting Credit's going to show up here? I know his previous start, you could say, well, he lost by double digits, but he was against Runaway Joke. So it's not like it's as bad as it looks. So you got to forgive the last effort if you're backing Busting Credit. But if you can, and you certainly can play him in here. It's just too bad to believe how he ran last time, as good as he's done over this track in the past. The 4 Union Navy is the late runner in here. He pulled off a big upset at odds of 16-1, going 5.5 furlongs back in mid-July, but hasn't been able to repeat that effort. So he gets a little bit of class relief coming out of a good version of the 3 Lifetime allowance. I mean, that race was won as Stewie got loose, plus Dorothy's Happiness, who didn't break all that well, ran well. And this one broke poorly in a race that didn't have a lot of speed because Stewie was loose in there. So maybe he gets a little better pace scenario at a slightly reduced level. Retail Man turns back in distance after running a mile, was a narrowly beaten second, actually ran very well for that route race. Goes back to a sprint, ran behind Cashel Kitten at 5.5 furlongs when they met back in August, but did have an excuse. This horse broke in the air that day, so maybe Retail Man with a clean trip could turn the tables, but he's the morning line favorite at 5-2, and right now probably what he should be, about odds of 9-2. Exactitry Super Daily Double, and the late pick 4 starts in race number 5.
And the runners are now making their way onto the track for race number 5. $11,000 to $9,000 claimers, 3-year-olds and up, going 6 furlongs. Here's the field. Number 2, Hey Hey Harry, Michael Davila Jr. riding. Number 3, Retail Man, Joel Cruz in the irons. Number 4 is Union Navy with Jackie Davis. Number 5, Broken Hearted, Emanuel Didiego with the ride. Number 6 is Mudville 9, Heman Harkey has the assignment. Number 7, Busting Credit, Jeremiah Flores, the rider. And completing the field, already warming up near the gate, is number 1, Cashel Kitten with Andre Worry. 3 minutes to post for race 5. Start of the pick 4. That's the late pick 4. Races 5 through 8. Good luck. 1 minute to post. 1 minute, the runners are approaching the gate. Cashel Kitten to the inside post. Hey, hey, Harry in the white coming up. Retail Man, post position 3. Union Navy. Broken Hearted. 2 back, Mudville 9. And Busting Credit to round out the field after Mudville 9. Mudville 9 up to the gate. Knows it. Busting Credit. We're ready to go. And they're off. From the inside, Cashel Kitten wins the break and takes advantage, strides in front. Hey, hey, Harry, quarter horsed in the first 100 yards to get up there as a joint second with Busting Credit. Broken Hearted in the 4th position, Mudville 9 alongside. Union Navy has 1 runner beat. That's Retail Man, who will have to pass them all and make up at least 10 lengths in the final half mile. Good battle on the lead here. Cashel Kitten on the inside is a share of the lead. Hey, hey, Harry, aggressively ridden to keep up with him. Now a half length back going into the turn. Busting Credit getting onto the fence now. 2 off the pace in a good stalking spot. He's 2 lengths ahead of Broken Hearted. Then comes Mudville 9. He's sent upon. Union Navy slipping inside of that. Rival claims 5th. 5 lengths off the pace. He's on the move, though, and Retail Man's getting going from last at the top of the stretch where Cashel Kitten is the one to run down. Cashel Kitten off the turn, 2 ahead now. Union Navy continues to make up ground in second. He's going to stay on the fence. Cashel Kitten the leader. Union Navy trying to punch forward on the rail, and then comes Retail Man. He's passing runners fast but needs to quicken between horses. Cashel Kitten's digging in. Cashel Kitten goes gate to wire in race 5. Second home, Union Navy. Then came Hey Hey Harry, and then Retail Man and Broken Hearted. Number 1, Cashel Kitten was first. Photo finish for second and third. Also a photo for 4th. Running second was number 4, Union Navy. Third, number 2, Hey Hey Harry. Fourth, number 5, Broken Hearted. 1, 4, 2, 5. Your top 4 finishers in race 5. Now entering the winner's circle is number 1, Cashel Kitten, a 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Camelot Kitten. Out of Molly Put the Kettle On by Rainbow Quest. Cashel Kitten is now owned by Grant and Constance Whitmer, trained by Jeremiah Engelhardt. Andre Worry, your winning rider. Number 1, Cashel Kitten. Your winner paying $6.50 to win. Final time for 6 furlongs, 1 minute 12.14 seconds. The 6th race is coming up next, ladies and gentlemen. No changes in race number 6, our feature race and allowance for 3-year-olds and upward going a mile. Post time for race 6, the feature on the program. 21 minutes away.
getting ready for race number 6, and that was Cashel Kitten. It still went off a good price at 2-1, as he ran well last time in the condition. Today was able to hold off Union Navy. Andre Worry for trainer Jeremiah Engelhart in gate-to-wire fashion. 6th race goes a mile. It is an allowance event. Non-winners of a race other than maiden, claiming, or starter, or which have never won 4 races, produce a pretty good field for race number 6. You got 2 of them in here for trainer Chris Engelhart. You got Brew Pub, who finished just off the board in his return race to Finger Lakes. And then you got Kahala, the one horse, who has some credentials coming in from Saratoga, and before that, Kentucky. So 2 real good, solid competitors, both from the same barn. Start with Brew Pub. Just the one knock on Brew Pub is he's a 3-time winner, but he's got 11 seconds. But he does have an excuse last time. The excuse is horse stole the race on the front end. Mo Trump was absolutely alone on the lead, and everybody got caught chasing late. He'll try adding blinkers, see if that will improve the performance of Brew Pub, who's at 9-2. The other stablemate is the one Kahala. Jackie Davis will get the mount on this one. Very well bred. This one was claimed for 20, then claimed for 25 from Saratoga. It had the 1 star for the new connections and caught a muddy racetrack. Well, I don't want to say catch because it was an off the turf event and didn't run that well. But this should be a little bit easier anyway. And this horse has got some very good breeding out of a stakes winner, of course, by Broken Vow. Should have liked the off track last time, you would think. There's a half-2 horse called Appeal Factor, who actually was 3 for 4 in that one's career. All 3 wins at stakes races, so very well bred is Kahal. The one I split him up with was the 3 Union Lights. Union Lights has had nothing but bad luck after having a very fortunate trip in his first start over the track, where he was absolutely alone on the lead at 5-1, I think it was, the day that he won. And then he had a troubled trip on the cutback and distance. Thought ran absolutely huge. Kind of a sneaky good race for Union Lights, I guess what you call it. Then ran into stablemate Runaway Joke, and then last time had a poor break. So you can make excuses for this horse, and we'll try another route race, and certainly figures with an error-free trip in this one. And the public's getting smart on this one too, as he is at odds of 5-1 after being 10-1 morning line. Love That Bird might be in a little bit tougher here. That's for Anthony Ferraro. Love That Bird got away with some really soft fractions last time. Got alone on the lead as the other speed didn't go with him. Had an easy lead actually the previous start, but lost his tactical edge during the race. So he's not going to have that kind of fortune in this race, as you do have some other speed in here, especially with Union Lights. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in race number 6. You got about 7 minutes to post.
And the runners are now stepping onto the track for race number 6, an allowance for 3-year-olds and upward going a mile. No changes in race 6. This race starts the late pick 3. Number 1 is Kahala, Jackie Davis aboard today. Number 2, Love That Bird, Cabracoa riding this afternoon. Number 3 is Union Lights, Andre Worry looking for back-to-back wins. Number 4, Big Bad Bud, J.M. Rohina in the saddle. Number 5, Interstate, Anthony Rodriguez with the assignment. Number 6 is Joe's Had Enough, Luis Perez the rider. Number 7, Crypto Causeway, Jeremias Flores atop. And rounding out the field is number 8, Brew Pub. Brew Pub will be ridden today by Emmanuel Di Diego. That's the field for race number 6, ladies and gentlemen. We have 3 minutes until race number 6. Good luck. 1 minute to post time. 1 minute. And the runners have now reached the starting gate. It's post time for race 6. A field of 8 going a mile here. Our feature race today, Kahala to the inside post. Love That Bird, post 2. Union Lights. Big Bad Bud, post 4. Interstate coming up. Joe's Had Enough. 2 back. Crypto Causeway. One back. Brew Pub. We're ready to go. And clear off. Uneventful start. Love That Bird gets the first call of the race. Brew Pub from the far outside, going to be caught about 5 or 6 pass off the rail as they hit the turn, but now crosses over. Love That Bird with the lead. Brew Pub has to use some energy to get into the 3 path. Union Lights between horses. It's Love That Bird with the lead of a half length. Union Lights second on the outside. Brew Pub is right there, perched 3 deep. There's a gap of 3 to another trio. Interstate on the outside, Big Bad Bud in the middle, and Kahala, the favorite, goes well down on the rail and clearly claims 4th onto the backstretch while on a hold. We come back to Joe's Had Enough, second to last, and Crypto Causeway is at the back of the pack. A dozen lengths from first to last as they make their way down the backstretch. Love That Bird and the meet's leading rider, Caber Koa, in charge by 3/4 of a length. Union Lights right behind in second with Brew Pub. Now there's a gap of 3 to Kahala on the inside 4th. Another 2 to Joe's Had Enough. Takes the 5th spot. Cryptocurrency is out of last. Has passed a few rivals. Interstate in the second last position. And one way far behind is Big Bad Bud. He is tailed off around the far turn. Brew Pub makes a move to come up and challenge Love That Bird. But Kahala is coming on the scene and looms large at the top of the lane. Kahala and Jackie Davis motor to the front. Brew Pub behind in second. Love That Bird is in third while struggling. Coming to the furlong pole. Kahala showing a big burst. Kahala with a furlong to go has gone 4 lengths clear. Brew Pub second. Then comes Cryptocurrency into third. It's Kahala well in front. And Kahala much the best today. Kahala scores by 2. Brew Pub was second. Cryptocurrency third. Love That Bird fourth. Number 1, Kahala first. 8, Brew Pub second. Photo finish for 3rd and 4th. Please continue to stand by until the results are declared official. Running third was number 7, Crypto Causeway. Fourth, number 2, Love That Bird. 1872, your top 4. Now entering the winner's circle is number 1, Kahala, 4-year-old Bay Gelding by Broken Vow, out of Karula by Colonel John. Kahala, now owned by Engelhart Management LLC and trained by Chris Engelhart. Your winning jockey is Jackie Davis. Kahala pays $4.90 to win. Up next is race number 7. In the 7th race, scratch numbers 3 and 4. Post time for the 7th race, going 5.5 furlongs. It's in 20 minutes.
All right, we might have a slight delay here for race number 7. But looking back at the 6, it was a big effort by Kahala as Engelhardt dominates race 6. He runs 1-2 with Kahala and Brewpub, who usually gets his usual second in that race. But Jackie Davis picked up the mount for trainer Chris Engelhardt with that victory. 7th race, we scratched the 3 and the 4. And start off by looking at the 9, Tommy the Torch. Here's a horse that was going really well early in his career for former trainer, now retired, John Tebbett. Ran 3rd in the George Barker Stakes. I think that was back in 2021. But this horse is some of the faster times that you've seen for allowance, a middle claimer type horse. And now he hits rock bottom, I guess you'd say, dropping to 5,000 coming out of race 1 by Runaway Joke, where he didn't run that badly considering who the winner was. So the class relief should certainly help Tommy the Torch. Now you got the entry for David Iola of Max Foster and Double Shot. Max Foster obviously wants to sprint and not route, as he just couldn't handle going long, and it really showed as he ran much better on the cutback and distance last time. And he was closer. I mean, he got beat by Fire Down Below, who's in this race, but he did make that good middle move before finally flattening out. He's a contender, but the stronger one is Double Shot if they back up to him. He's a late runner that's at the mercy of the pace. He made a big move. He was in contention last time. I think it was more of Bustin Pietre drawing away from him when he made that big move more than anything. And 5.5 might be a little short for this horse in general. But if the pace gets out there and takes its toll, Double Shot is obviously a strong player in here. Mentioned Fire Down Below beat a similar field last time to get that victory in the $5,000 condition. Basically a 14-time winner against half the field, or three lifetime horses, or 3-time winners, I should say. So he's looking for 2 in a row at Finger Lakes and is getting some play at 9-5. No surprise there. The horse that benefits the most from the scratches is the 7, Son of Darkness. Son of Darkness has good speed, doesn't necessarily like to visit the winner's circle a lot at this point in his career, except for the day he was alone on the lead in 23. But with mass appeal just outside of him, he's probably the fastest of the speed in here. And again, with a scratch of Cape Cod Gem in particular, that helps the chances of Son of Darkness, who could be out there as the best speed. That's some of the contenders for this race. Again, there's going to be a slight delay for the running of this 7th race. Exactitry Super and Daily Double offered in race number 7.
Penultimate race on the card is race 7 here, a $5,000 claimer. 3-year-olds and upward going 5.5 furlongs, scratch numbers 3 and 4. Here's the field. Number 1 is Max Foster. Anthony Rodriguez in the saddle. Number 1A, Double Shot. Michael Davila Jr. has the ride. Number 2, Fire Down Below. Oliver Calderon has the assignment. Number 5, Captain of My Heart, Jeremiah's Flores riding. 6, Smokin' Alone, Rafael Rohina Jr. in the saddle. Number 7, Son of Darkness, Heman Harkey to do the steering. Number 8 is Mass Appeal, John Barrios, the jockey. Number 9, Tommy the Torch, Jackie Davis, looking for back-to-back wins. And number 10, Mortgage Raid, Emmanuel Di Diego with the ride. 2 minutes away from race 7. Penultimate race on the card, going 5.5 furlongs. Good luck. And the runners have now reached the starting gate. It's post time for race number 7. Fire Down Below in the white jacket has gone in. Here's Max Foster, half of the entry. Captain of My Heart coming up to the gate. Double Shot will be next forward. Here's Double Shot going in. Smokin' Alone. Son of Darkness. Post position 7. Mass Appeal in the pink cap. Tommy the Torch will be second to last to load in. And then to the outside post, Mortgage Rate. Mortgage Rate coming up to the gate. We're ready to go. And Lyra. Good beginning. A lineup for the lead early. Tommy the Torch, Son of Darkness have speed. So does Max Foster. And down on the fence is Fire Down Below. It's Son of Darkness with a head in front. Max Foster between horses. Fire Down Below down on the inside. Gap of 2 to Tommy the Torch. Captain of My Heart between horses now as Fire Down Below joins that party. A Deep Mortgage Rate. 3 off the pace going into the turn. Mass Appeal is next in the field as they corner. There's a big gap of 6 back to the 1A Double Shot, who's at the rear. Around the far turn they go. Son of Darkness flees from the pack. Steps on the gas on the fence, leads a length and a half. Mortgage Rate on the outside takes the second spot. Tommy the Torch feels the stick. Captain of My Heart between horses angles into the 3 path off the turn. Max Foster on the rail. Backs off, needs to re-rally. Furlong to go. Son of Darkness in front. Here comes Fire Down Below, gobbling up ground down the outside, and Fire Down Below and Oliver Calderon have hit the front, and Fire Down Below with a big effort from off the pace. Captain of My Heart out finishing Son of Darkness for the second spot. Tommy the Torch was 4th. Number 2, Fire Down Below was first. Photo finish for second and third. Waiting on the placing for 4th as well. Please continue to stand by until the results are declared official. Now entering the winner's circle is number 2, Fire Down Below, an 8-year-old dark pair brown gelding by Justin Phillip out of Snow Angel by Alphabet Soup. Fire Down Below, now owned and trained by Amy Albright. Your winning jockey Oliver Calderon. Fire down below pays $4.90 for the win. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, is the finale, race 8 in the nightcap. Scratch number 5, Frankie C, a field of 8. To go 5.5 furlongs to end our card. Maiden claimers here for $5,000. Post time 22 minutes away.
All right, getting ready for the last race on today's card. Another win for Fire Down Below. Even a better effort today against a similar field. Oliver Calderon for Amy Albright. Congratulations to them, winning race number 7. We go to the 8th and last race on today's card. Reminder, tomorrow we got 9 races. We got 1 o'clock first post for the Wednesday card. That changes next week. We are going to go 1 o'clock Monday and Tuesday, but from now on, the month of October, after tomorrow, we're going to go with 1:15 for the first post of the following Wednesdays, but 1 o'clock first post for the Wednesday card tomorrow. Scratch the 5, Frankie C. It's a 5,000 maiden claimer to finish it off. You got a couple Chris Engelhardt trainees here. Our reward from the inside, you got Shishi Shadow for Jeff and Chris Engelhardt from the 8 post, but our reward takes a drop. Both of them are dropping from the 11 to 9 level. Our reward looks like the inside speed of the race. Last race on a good track was nowhere near the lead after braking poorly. Probably wouldn't have beat the winner anyway. That winner was impressive, coming from way back, just rolling over the field. But the previous 2 starts were good. Solid second place finishes going the same, 5.5 furlongs. And the start was part of the undoing last race. So should be a strong player in here right now at 4-1. The 8, Shishi Shadow, yeah, she was running against restricted 3 special weights, dropped to 11 to 9, and then pulled up last time, but that was back in July. Does come back with steady work since the race, and then drops to a all-time low, dropping to 5,000. Tricky read, obviously, but must be considered. I split him up with the 3 Noble Lady, who just had poor tactics last time, has rated off a ridiculous slow pace, and ended up having to settle for 3rd. So a little better tactics today, I should say, for Noble Lady. Puts this horse right in the mix. Was in the waiver claim the last 2, but is in for the 5 again today, and definitely a top 3 threat in today's last race. Exacta Try is super offered in race number 8. Scratch the 5, Frankie C.
And the runners are now making their way onto the track for the last race, race 8, maiden 5 claimers, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward, going 5.5 furlongs. Scratch number 5, Frankie C. Here is the field. Number 1 is Our Reward, Emmanuel Di Diego, the rider. Number 2, Crystal, Jackie Davis has the mount. Number 3, Noble Lady, Heman Harkey with the ride. Number 4, Hidden War Dance, Dalton Brown looking for a double today. Number 5 is Scratch. Number 6, Joyful Departure with Joel Cruz. Number 7, Lions Miracle Mo, Luis Perez in the irons. Number 8, She's Shadow, Andre Worry riding. And number 9 is Flora Rose, Kevin Navarro, the jockey. 4 minutes away from race 8, going 5.5 furlongs, 4 minutes to post. Ladies and gentlemen, live racing resumes tomorrow on Wednesday. We have 9 races. First post will be 1 p.m. once again. We will see you then, but for now, enjoy this nightcap. And ladies and gentlemen, here's an equipment change being announced for the first time today. Please note, number 6, Joyful Departure, will be wearing blinkers only. Last time out wore a hood. That will not be the case today. Joyful departure number 6, only sporting blinkers for today's 8th race. That's the 6 horse. 1 minute to post. The runners are approaching the gate. And the runners are now loading into the gate. For race 8, Our Reward is gone in the red jacket. Crystal coming up. Noble Lady, post position number 3. Hidden War Dance, post 4. Joyful Departure goes forward. 3 more runners behind the gate. Lion's Miracle Bow. Two back. She's Shadow. And Flora Rose to the outside post. We're ready to go in the finale. And Leroff taking up right at the start was Joyful Departure. Flora Rose on the far outside is quickest. Our Reward sent along to get up there too, and Our Reward has a short lead now from Flora Rose and Hidden War Dance right between them. Noble Lady in the 4th position, 2 off the pace, another 2 lengths to Crystal, and She's Shadow. There's a gap of about 5 back to Joyful Departure and Lion's Miracle Mo as they sail into the far turn. The leader is Our Reward with 3 furlongs to go. Flora Rose right there matching her, and they pull 3 ahead of Hidden War Dance, pushed along, losing position. Noble Lady joins her from the inside, and She's Shadow, who's 3 wide, making a move. She's Shadow at the top of the stretch. Our Reward with a head in front. Flora Rose still there battling. She's Shadow outside, continuing to run down the center of the track. Our Reward still in charge, putting away Flora Rose. She's Shadow comes out of the crowd, and Joyful Departure was dead last, and she has passed them all. To the lead goes Joyful Departure. Joyful Departure and Joel Cruz score in the nightcap. She's Shadow second best. Then Flora Rose and Our Reward in the nightcap at Finger Lake. Number 6, Joyful Departure was first. Second, number 8, She's Shadow. Third, number 9, Flora Rose. Fourth, number 1, Our Reward. 6, 8, 9, 1. Your top 4 finishers. 6, 8, 9, 1. Please continue to stand by until the results are declared official. Final time, 1 minute, 7.58 seconds in the winner's circle is number 6, Joyful Departure. A 4-year-old dark bear brown filly by Freud out of Skippin Church by Arch. Joyful Departure, now owned by Timothy Burr and trained by Carl Grusmark. Your winning jockey is Joel Cruz, 6891, unofficially your top 4. Ladies and gentlemen, a reminder, our next live race card is tomorrow, and we remind you that we've got free past performances online and also free race programs. Go to fingerlakesgaming.com. That's right, fingerlakesgaming.com has free past performances and free race programs for all our patrons, whether you're on track or anywhere across the country. We have a carryover in the pick 6, folks. $1,057.38, that carryover amount into tomorrow. That'll be races 3 through 8. 5 of 6, a consolation payout in the pick 6. Nobody hit 6 of 6 with that. Carryover pays $352 even. Late pick 5, $325.50. Late pick 4, $85.25. Ladies and gentlemen, also a reminder on track, we still have our casino open 24/7. That's right, on the first floor. We have the best slots, a large variety of slots for you in the Finger Lakes Casino. Folks, that does it. When you go home, please do so safely. Thanks for spending your Tuesday with us. We hope you had a fun day today, and we'll see you back here tomorrow for more live racing. 9 races tomorrow. First post will be 1 p.m. Filling in for Anthony Stabile, this is Matt Dinnerman. Until next time, may your dreams be winning ones, and may those dreams come true. Keep living the dream, folks. Good night.